without human development. Okay, got it. So is it possible for us to have economic growth without human development? The answer to this question is yes. It is possible to have it because as a country, we can actually experience an increase in our gross domestic product, but we don't see actual improvement in the lives or standard of living of the people that live within that country. And the first thing that you can use as your point is a country can experience growth in GDP or increase in GDP, but not increase in standard of living of its people, meaning that it will only benefit a certain percentage of the people. And a good example is Nigeria. When Jonathan came into power, we kept on hearing Okonjo-Iweala, she saved our economy, we were growing economically and all of that. But you and I can agree that we didn't see all those changes in our standard of living. There was no increase in our standard of living. It was the way it was. Another reason is because why we can experience economic growth without development is because of corruption. Now, a country can have increase in GDP. We can also have increase in revenue as a nation, but because of prebendalism, which is something that we're going to look at later on, where corrupt government officials take the money or the revenue of government for their own personal expenditure, right? We don't experience these developments. So corruption is another point. The second point you can use is environmental problems. That yes, we can experience economic growth. We can see that industries are booming, but these industries might be releasing dangerous toxins into our environment that will now cause us health problems, and we now have to access health care, which is also a problem, right? We can see economic growth. Okay, there's oil exploration is happening in the Niger Delta, for example. But in the Niger Delta, what is the distance of human beings, individuals living in that area to a health center, knowing that we are doing a lot of gas flaring in that area? So environmental problem can actually be an evidence of economic growth without economic development. Another example is congestion. Congestion meaning that any area that there's economic growth, we see congestion. And a good example is Lagos. Anything I don't know if anybody was in tutorial today, but they said anything we bring to Lagos will sell. Why? Because we know that Lagos have different sets of people. If you bring something that's 5 million, you see someone that will buy it. If you bring something that's 5 naira, you see someone that will buy it. And that has led to congestion in Lagos. There's economic growth, and there's also congestion, meaning that people will spend longer time in traffic jam. And we already know that when you spend longer time on the road, your life expectancy, what happens to it? It reduces. So congestion. Congestion is simply stating that any society that experiences economic growth can also experience congestion. But that does not mean that because people are running into those cities or into those communities, there is human development. And the reason is because, and let me use some cities as example. Lagos, number one. We are living in Lagos, we're experiencing economic growth. How much is Lagos generating from tax? You just hear the money, boom, one big number. But when we look at the standard of living of people, like look at my standard of living, for example. When we look at the standard of living of people living in Lagos, spending so much time in traffic jam, spending so much on their health care, it's a sign that there is no human development happening in that city. So congestion is an example. Another example is production, not consumption, meaning that the state-owned industry will increase output. They'll keep producing. We are producing oil, we are producing. But how many individuals in Nigeria actually experience or partake in the output of oil? How many? So we're doing a lot of production, but we are not consuming. Even some local products, we are exporting cocoa and the rest of them. But compared to what we are consuming as a nation, we'll keep seeing it in our GDP that, oh, there's money, there's money, there's money. But when we look back into our communities, it's not showing in our human development, which we are going to look at the index later. Another example of economic growth without development is you'll see an increase in military goods, increase in military spending. A good example is America. You see an increase in that, but when you look, they're spending so much on their military, but when you now look, they are not spending that same on healthcare or education. You hear people running into debts of millions of dollars in healthcare, millions of dollars in education. And that in turn does what? Lower the standard of living of the people, because we already know that educational attainment is one of the factors that we consider in human development. So you see American citizens saying, I'm not going to go to school because I don't want to be in debt, right? I'm not going to go to hospital because I don't want to be in debt, up to the extent that people even think that somehow there are hidden charges in their health insurance for them to take the COVID vaccine so they won't take it, so that they won't be in debt. What does that do? Human development. Remember that we are going to be looking at the HDI factors, life expectancy. And once there's no human development in certain society, the risk of death is higher. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, so I've explained that. So even if you see it as distinguish between economic growth and human development, you already know that economic growth is simply the GDP of a country, right? The GDP of a country, you are looking at numbers, you're looking at economic factors, gross national income, things like that. That is economic growth. You are concerned about all those factors. Human development, you're looking at life expectancy, level of education, access to healthcare. You are looking at purchasing power of the people, PPP, purchasing power parity. You are looking at all those factors. Now, I want to answer another question. What do you consider the core no, let me not do core consensus. I will do it. Okay, there's another one. Which is a stronger obstacle to economic development in Nigeria, insecurity or corruption? Which is a stronger obstacle to economic development in Nigeria, insecurity or corruption? Now, when you think about factors affecting economic growth in a country, let's leave this slide first. Which stronger? So when they ask you about insecurity or corruption, we have plenty meats to make this soup sweet. So the first thing is, if you decide to pick insecurity, there are so many things that you can use happening currently in Nigeria that can
do comfortable than all these books.
Somebody is talking. I can hear somebody at the background. Okay. So if you want to talk about yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There is no slide. You're not showing your slide for that corruption and insecurity now.
Yes, because it's just a question. It's not, in our course outline, it's just a question that I want to give you guys point on.
All right.
Show you guys, yeah. Let me just show you guys this so that everybody will do that. Okay, this one is not. So when they ask you which is a stronger obstacle in economic development, insecurity or corruption, the first thing that should come to mind is which one should I pick? Which one do I have more points on, right? So if you pick insecurity, I want us to look around us. What are the things that we are insecure about? Every time when we leave the house, especially if we have to commute using bus, we are thinking, kidnapping. Are we going to enter Fulani headsmen bus? Are we going to enter transportation going to the east with, Biafra and all the crisis happening there? If we are going to the north, are we going to experience Boko Haram? What is happening, right? So insecurity. So get an definition of insecurity. So if we want to define insecurity happening in Nigeria, let me give you guys some examples first, or let me just explain it. What does insecurity mean? Hi, this internet you give to me is almost paused. So
I don't hear you well. Okay.
Okay, insecurity is a feeling of inadequacy and uncertainty, right? 9 signs of insecurity. Okay, let me not give 9 signs, right? Feeling of inadequacy and uncertainty, right? In a state. Meaning that our development, right, in Nigeria, when we think about insecurity in Nigeria, foreign investors don't want to invest in Nigeria because of the insecurity. We don't experience urban mobility or urban rural mobility because of the insecurity in Nigeria. What does that mean? We are not looking forward to going to rural areas. And we are not even looking forward to going to some urban areas. For example, if we have an agricultural product and they say we should supply zobo leaves, and we know that zobo leaves is in Borno, we are not going to take that risk and say because we want to make that money, we will go there. So that already hampers development, economic development. Urban mobility, rural urban mobility, it already hampers that insecurity. And there are many, those are the 2 that are coming to mind now. But if I remember anyone, I'll share with you guys. For corruption, we can think about our corrupt leaders and how they are diverting funds for personal interests, how there is no proper remittancy of our economic revenue or money that the nation have made, how we are not investing in infrastructure, how we see on the news that, snakes swallowed money and things like that. Those are the points you can use to build up which is the stronger obstacle that is holding Nigeria back. You can talk about industries that have had to leave the north or even leave Nigeria totally because of insecurity, right? We don't have Michelin in Nigeria again. Peugeot used to be here. All those manufacturing companies used to be in Nigeria, but they are leaving. Why are they leaving? Because of insecurity. You see expatriates that work in oil and gas sector, they're afraid since the militant era to go to the Niger Delta region. They're afraid to go to all those areas, meaning that even when they come to work in Nigeria, they have to pay them higher wages to work in all those areas. So these are things that can affect economic development in Nigeria. So I've answered these 2 questions. Let me see. Just give me a moment. So there's another question here. Define development from any three perspectives that you know. So when they ask you that question, any three perspectives that you know, this is what they are asking. Development as economic growth, development as modernization, development as the distributive justice.
I'm sorry, please. You said if they ask us what again?
Define development from any three perspectives you know. If they say development as any three perspective, just pick three of all of this. And let me explain them. We've already said that development as economic growth is concerned with macroeconomics dynamics, meaning gross domestic product, gross national income, gross national product, inflation rate.
You are too fast, and I've not even seen that last slide finish.
I'm fast.
In front of me, fast.
Okay, sorry. You guys should digest this slide, the 1 to 9.
You said from any perspective, Abby.
Yes, so the question is define development from any three perspectives known to you. So this is the answer to that question. Please let me know when you guys are done.
No, it's the definition now.
I'm going to move to the definition.
Let me just take a screenshot there. Check the slide.
Yeah, that would be good.
You guys should just take a screenshot of it instead of writing it down.
Yeah. So I'm going to count 1 to 10, screenshots, then I move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gracias. So development as economic growth. This is concerned with macroeconomic dynamics such as gross domestic product, GDP.
Sorry, please, Kasumi, sorry. Is it possible for you to send this slide to the group chat when you are done?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Can you
I'll
do
share-
that?
I'll share them. I don't
Okay,
even know where
thank
they are.
you. Okay. Those are appreciate for the screenshots.
So macroeconomic dynamics. So GDP, gross domestic product, GNP, gross national product, GNI, gross national income, inflation rates, balance of payments, and external references. etc. So you can pick any of these: GDP, GNP, GNI, inflation rate, balance of payments. We've done everything today. You can explain development as that. You can beat your chest and say, argue that a country can be termed as developed if their GDP is high, blah, 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 blah. But when we now talk about human development, it changes this conversation. Remember, the question says, define development from any three perspectives. They did not say human development, or developments across board. So development as distributive justice. This word was coined from distributive justice. What's distributive justice? Is more like equality amongst the people in a state, making them to promote the good and happiness of the vast majority of the people in that country. Meaning that if I believe in the justice system, right, I will not be afraid to oppose my fellow citizen. I will be happy to promote the good within society. That if we want to understand development, we should look at the justice system of a country. If it is equal, if everybody is equal before the law, that's what development as distributive justice simply means.
Greatest happiness of the greatest number.
So you are saying that distributive justice is equality before the law?
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes. And once we can experience that, everybody, you don't even need to even say Jack, you will just, everybody will be promoting the good within society. Equity and justice. Just think about it like that. Promoting equity and justice. So another one is development as empowerment. Empowerment in the sense that, oh, there's a mistake here. Empowerment in the sense that cultural empowerment, gender empowerment, political empowerment, socio-economic empowerment, legal rational empowerment. So meaning, when we are talking about development, we can beat our chest to say that we can say Nigeria is developed if we look at different groups. Empower women, you will see that development will happen.
What is on it?
Give people political empowerment. Empower the people politically. You see that development will happen. Let there be legal rational empowerment across board, meaning that empower people to know their right. Let them be able to voice out. Cultural empowerment. Let people know that the country supports their culture, the way of life of the people. Let them be empowered like their indigenous roots. Let them feel that empowerment within them, that the government have given them the right over their thoughts and their ability to be independent, right? Someone can argue that development is empowerment. If you empower the people based on all these factors, you will see development. Development will happen in society. If you develop, if you empower women, if you empower people culturally, because there are some people that they don't flow with the whole globalization force and focus and everything. Their culture has not embraced it. Empower me in the, when we are talking about dependency theory, we are going to be talking about how you need to look inward, what I have, what is my strength as a people. Don't take it away from me. Instead, empower me in my uniqueness. That's cultural empowerment. Empower me. Let me still be myself, but let me feel empowered. Okay. I didn't explain all the other ones. Wow. Okay. Let me go back and explain the ones that. Is there anyone here that anybody wants me to like explain?
So basically, you're saying that for cultural empowerment, like you have to basically empower that person without making them lose their identity.
Exactly.
It's still development as freedom.
Okay. So I want to explain development as freedom. And I'm going to use Afghanistan as an example. When the Taliban came into power currently, one of the concerns that...
Sorry to cut it short, sorry. Before you use the example, can you just please help us like construct it in a way that we can, you have to explain before you give examples. Thank you.
I'm going to give you guys that. Let me just think how my brain works. So when you think of Afghanistan, when the Taliban came in, one of the concerns were women have started wearing their niqabs again. People that painted their buildings, all this artistic painting of come and do nails, all the spas and all the parlors, they were shutting down. That already tells you that there is a restriction. They don't have freedom. And what does that do? It hinders economic growth, right? And we already know that economic growth is also seen as development. But again, this is freedom. Now, there are some cultures that don't even allow women to go to school or women to express themselves. And we already know that distributive justice, everybody should be equal before the law. We already know that development is empowerment as well. Now, development as freedom simply refers to a situation where individuals of that society can feel free and liberated to explore or partake in anything that interests them and and gives them empowerment over time, or improves their standard of living, right? Development as freedom can be referred to as situation where citizens or members of a society feel free or liberated to venture, to engage in any activity that gives them, that improves their standard of living, that gives them better standard of living, whatever you want to use to explain it is fine. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, you try.
Okay, so I'm going to explain two more, and when I explain two more, I'm just going to move to the next one. Sorry. Development as socio-economic transformation. This simply means that the introduction, somebody is making noise on the background. Please off your mic, please. Okay, development as socio-economic transformation. This simply means introduction of economic factors or social factors that ease production or ease way of living or improves standard of living.
Sorry, come again. No, come again.
Katunwa, can you please be a little slower? Because you're really fast and some of us are writing. Thank you.
Okay. Developments in terms of socio-economic transformation. So this simply means the introduction of socio-economic factors to improve the standard of living of a particular people. And I'm going to explain that. An example of socio-economic transformation is what?
List
Oh, please, can you? An example of socio-economic transformation, introduction of GSM into Nigeria, introduction of computers into Nigeria, introduction of, what are we going to use again as introduction?
Introduction of new telecommunications such as Glo when Equinet was still reigning.
And that is socio-economic transformation. So removing like the way we used to do things before, let's introduce this.
Sorry, Katumi, can you please come again, please?
Okay. Socio-economic transformation is the introduction of new socio-economic factors to improve standard of living of a people, right? And an example of that is introduction of GSM into society, introduction of computers into society. Because we know that when we introduce computers, we have efficiency, right? But the downside to socio-economic transformation is that you cannot dump all these things on people and not empower them on how to use it. So we now look at education, development as empowerment, and all that. And the last one I would like to explain is development as declining inequality factor.
Hello, Katumi.
Yes?
Katumi, please, the examples you gave are tangible goods, right? A physical product you can touch. So would we rather use the fact that there is an introduction of mechanized farming as against traditional way of farming?
Yes.
All right.
That works. So development as declining inequalities. This simply means that inequality factors such as unemployment, poverty, social stratification.
Please, which one are you explaining?
Number 9, development as declining inequality factors. So what are inequality factors? We already know race, poverty, unemployment. Those are inequality factors. Factors that, are obvious in inequality. Why are we not equal as a society? Why do we have upper class and lower class? It's because some people are employed, some people are not. Because of poverty, absolute relative, social class, exploitation of a certain group, all these things, education. Once we see that there is a decline in inequality factors, we already know that development will happen in that society.
Please, there's an ambient there that is actually not making it.
Razak, you can actually mute everybody.
Okay, well.
Development as declining inequality factors. This simply means the decline of inequality factors such as unemployment, poverty,
Race.
Illiteracy, what else? Access to healthcare.
Child mortality.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Those are inequality factors. Once we can see a decline in these inequality factors, we already know that development will occur in that society. Imagine a society where 90% of their population have employment. They don't even have absolute poverty. They have relative poverty, which is in every society. It is not, you cannot eliminate that in any society. The society does not have absolute poverty. 90% of that population is educated. Infant mortality is at 0.2. Like it's almost not in existence. We know already, we can imagine the kind of society we have. There is 90% access to healthcare. We already know that that society is a developed society. So this that I just answered now is the question of define development from any 3 perspectives that you know. So you just pick 3 and explain. Now name 5 means by which development performance could be measured. That one's take that one now. No, I think it's on the other slide. Sorry. Let me take HDI first. Agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the indicators and 3 indices of human index. So let's say HDI. Okay. So the question is, agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the 4 indicators and the 3 indices of human development index. So what is human development index? Can everybody see my slide? But please mute your mic when you answer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, HDI means
Please, can you come again with question?
Okay, Tona, please just see the question over there.
Okay.
Because we're about to speak.
Okay, agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the 4 indicators. Agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the 4 indicators and 3 indices of the Human Development Index? Agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the 4 indicators and 3 indices of the Human Development Index, HDI. Agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the 4 indicators and 3 indices of the Human Development Index.
Thank you.
Okay. So when they ask that question, the first thing okay. So when they ask that question, the first thing that comes to mind is, what is HDI? HDI simply means Human Development Index. And Human Development Index is the overall index of economic development. It has some limitations and excludes several factors that might have been included, but it does not give rough ability in making comparison to the issues of, I'm reading what is on the slide, you guys can see it, issues of economic welfare. So you can write that. Now, if you heard the question very well, it said 4 indicators and 3 indices. So we need to know the differences. We have indicators and we have indices. Please, we need to know the difference. If we see indicators, they are talking about life expectancy for health. So you might see it as longevity in some places. Expected years of schooling. This is not expected years of schooling. This is not if somebody is enrolled in school now, meaning that the highest level of education in that society is what? Oh, everybody after Form 6 or after Primary 6, they have packed their bag. They have elementary or basic education. So they're looking at that. The third thing is mean of years of schooling for education. So pay attention to the difference. So expected years of schooling and the mean of years of schooling for education. Then there is the gross national income per capita for standard of living, also known as what? GNI at PPP. Well, yeah, GNI at PPP, I think. Sorry. So when they ask for 3 indicators, 3 indicators will now be, this is according to United Nations Development Program. The 3 indicators will be life expectancy, education, purchasing power parity. Those are the 3 indicators. Those are the 3 indices. Sorry, those are the 3 indices. I'm sorry. Life expectancy, education, purchasing power parity. While indicators will be life expectancy for health, expected years of schooling, mean years of schooling for education, and gross national income per capita for standard of living.
PPP is what? Purchasing power parity.
Yeah. I think I've answered that. This past question also asks that question of, what do you understand the term growth without development, which we've answered. Then this other question, I think this is going to be in another slide.
Of schooling, expected years.
Hi, so I have a question. The question says
Ask.
we should agree or disagree with the appropriateness of the four indicators and the three indicators. So how then do we disagree? Or how then do we agree with the appropriateness of those um
Okay, so
indicators
we
and
just
indicators
finished
you
talking
mentioned?
about the different, so we just finished talking about the different development, the different explanation of development, right? So, so if you want to agree, me personally, I will agree. Yeah, do you? Me personally, I will agree with this index because we already know that life expectancy for health. I'll give you I'm more of an example person, and I'm sorry. So when we talk about life expectancy, we are simply saying how old can a person live in a certain country, right? And if we are using it in terms of development, we already know that if somebody lives longer, let's say a parent live longer, right? They'll be able to support their children through school or support the family, like provide for the family. The children don't need to go into hawking and all these things that will deter them from education. And we already know that educational attainment is very important in development. So that's life expectancy for health. That's how I will explain it. Expected years of schooling. I agree because the higher your education, we already know that the higher your chances of having a good job, right? A good placement. At least if you have a BSc, you cannot compare it with somebody that even have HND or OND, or compare it with somebody that have primary 6 certificates. So it's a good indicator. Gross national income. Let me, I don't want to give. So mean years of schooling for education. We already know that if we look at the mean years of schooling in a nation, right, it can give us an idea of how development will look like, meaning that by the time you see 10 people seated and all of them, we already know the mean years in a country is, let's say, BSc. When we see 10 people seated, we already have an idea that these people are educated, right? And there's a certain expectation of people that are educated when it comes to development. Does that make sense? I want to explain the last one. So when we say GMP per capita for standard of living, what does GMP mean? GMP is the total amount of money earned by nations, people, and businesses. Looking at everything that, as Nigeria, everything that we earn. By the time we put everybody's income together as a nation, that we do it per capita, we can have an idea of the standard of living of the people, if it's high or if it's low. So if we do this, I am not, I'm also going to indicate that I am not, neglecting economic index such as GDP. In fact, economics index is even here. GNI, gross national income, is already an economic index. Remember, development as economic development or economic growth, whatever it is. Gross national income is here. So I totally agree that these are indices, or these are indicators that can prove human development index in society. For the indices one, life expectancy, we've already talked about it. Life expectancy of the people, education, purchasing power parity, meaning that if people have money, they will spend, right? And they will spend on themselves. They'll take care of themselves. They'll be able to access healthcare. They'll be able to educate themselves. They'll be able to promote or aim for bigger things, participate. So I would totally agree. If anybody wants to disagree, of course, there are things to disagree about. Number one, if you want to disagree, but there are not much point on it from my head. Life expectancy for health. I disagree because different things can actually affect people's health. life expectancy for health does not account for accidents, right? Somebody can, it does not account for sudden deaths as well, because we don't have statistics of reason for sudden deaths. So you can disagree with all those factors. Expected years of schooling. Is it that fast? What happened? Am I fast?
I'm lost like mad. I don't even know.
It's because I'm tired.
You're talking, you're writing.
Okay. Okay.
Well, everything you are saying, I'm writing. I don't know. Please, in a nutshell, even you said, mute you. Yes.
Okay. Hello?
I'm with you.
No, honestly, you are completely lost.
You said
See,
education and purchasing power parity, right?
in order
Yes,
for
ma'am.
us to, okay. Let me.
Hey Joe, are we on
In order for us
international
not to
economics?
discuss,
Abi
what
we are on
country
sociology? I'm getting confused.
Yes, please, we can proceed on the disagreement like you were saying. I understand you saying that accident does not account for health, life expectancy for health. So you can proceed on that. I think I get that.
Okay, I'm sorry for those that feel I'm too fast. It's because I don't expect anybody to be writing while I'm talking, and I'm trying to like catch up on a lot of things so that we can move on. I'm really sorry.
Sorry, no.
Right.
So, hello. So I just want I just want to really support you on that motion. This session is being recorded, so I understand some people may be trying to write, but again, in order for us to be able to cover as much as possible, I think it's better she can flow well. Maybe let's try to pay attention when we need to ask questions. We can be able to ask questions, but if we are trying to take Katsumi back, we won't be able to cover a lot. I'm sorry. All right, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to disagree, you can say life expectancy for health. While we might look at this as an indicator for HDI in a society or development in a society, it does not actually account for sudden deaths. It does not account for deaths by accident, which are factors. And again, if the country already has have a system, or if the individual already placed life insurance, right? If they already have a life insurance policy, it already takes care of the concerns such as support of family from loss and things like that. Expected years of schooling. We already know that this does not account for individuals with disability, right? It does not, because we have identified that there are some societies that have, health challenges genetically. And if we are looking at expected years of schooling, it will not be appropriate, because the concept of school is different in different societies. Now, if we still want to hold on to education, right? There are some people that go into what they call that thing, technical learning. Do we account for technical learning when we talk about expected years of schooling and match it up with people that go to like tertiary education, proper tertiary education, not technical colleges? How do we explain them and their role in society? That not everybody in society will be equal. It is a constant. So we should not put that as an indicator for development. We should understand that not everybody can be bankers, not everybody can be lawyers. So we should take account of people that are technically equipped And yes, they might not earn as much as people that, have attained higher degrees or whatever it is, but they also contribute to the development of society. If we're looking at that, mean years of schooling for education is still the same thing. You can use this to argue what I just said now.
Then about those, it doesn't really account for, even no matter the amount, the type of education you get, doesn't account that you get a good job.
Exactly. Yes. So Tona just made a very fantastic point that the mean years of schooling, education, if you like, say everybody here have BSc, yeah, at the same time, everybody here is unemployed. So it does not equate, because they are trying to say if you have a certain level of education, you should be, how will I explain that word now? Your IQ should be so high that you can become innovative and things like that. But it's not everybody. We can all agree that it's not all of us. We all have the degrees, but it's not all of us that are business owners. It's not all of us. Some people tell you that, me, I want to work for somebody, right? So that does not count. Then gross national income per capita for standard of living. We've said this thing in one class. You are putting the nation's income together. There's a problem, because Katumi is earning 5 naira, Razak is earning 50,000, Tona is earning 6 million. You are putting all of us together to come up with the standard of living across board, which is also a problem when we talk about the HDI. I think is here. This is also a problem.
Dollars.
So when we talk about the disadvantages of HDI, right, we see that too, that you are putting everybody in the same bucket and dividing it by, you add everything and still divide it by 3. It's not possible. Why don't you add up people that earn 0 to 5, 6 to 10, and do it on that level? Not adding everybody's income in a nation and say, oh, the standard of living is like this. Because guess what? If a huge percentage of the nation is earning low, and we have a set of people that are earning a huge amount of money that can cover up, there are some people that you hear things like, oh, this person's money can feed the whole of Kano, can feed the whole of Borno, can feed the whole of Jigawa for 100 years, they will not even be broke. So you now bring that person's income and you add it up, and then you now say this is our standard of living. It's not going to show the real figure. So it's totally disagree. So the same thing you just explained with the indicators. This one says, does that answer your question? Sorry.
It does.
Okay. So let me just quickly take the benefit of HDI, right? So HDI, Human Development Index, it enhances comparison within countries, between countries. So the reason why they created HDI is because I want to compare Ghana to Nigeria, Nigeria to China, Nigeria to the UK, right? I want to compare these countries based on these indices. Secondly, HDI is to provide information about regional and sub-regional levels. How do they categorize us as Global South? Why do they call us developing nations? It's because of this information they've gotten about us, about HDI. And we'll still go to some African countries and we'll still be wowed that, oh my God, they are doing great. But when you look at HDI, because of the regional and sub-regional levels, they still classify those countries as developing. There are places in Ghana where they don't have mosquito again. They've eradicated malaria. They've also worked on, standard of living. I'm not saying, Ghana is up there, but it's one of the countries in Africa that when you look at it closely, they've actually done so much. But when you look at, they haven't meant, for me personally, they're meant to move away from maybe their mid-developing country because of all their index and how they've, managed their economy and stuff like that.
Investors are moving to Ghana to invest there because of their power supply.
I mean, just sent somebody died on the group. She don't know if. Anyways, HDI also helps to put countries on alert about living conditions of the people. So we look at Nepal, we look at countries like Haiti and say, this condition in this country is bad. This is what international organizations can do for them. This is how we can support them. This is what they need. Okay, they are asking for this loan for what? How is it going to improve their development? Should we grant it or we should not grant it? Is the HDI factors that will contribute to those decision making. The fourth thing is HDI helps countries to implement policies that will promote human development, identify programs that will benefit or be beneficial to them. Now, if your HDI shows that education, you guys have healthcare, but you see that education is a problem, you know that you're going to tweak your policies to favor educational programs, to promote education in the country. Finally, it provides basis of assessing the success of developmental projects or programs or development program. Meaning that when you look at HDI let's say you look at HDI of Nigeria in 2015, you come back and look at HDI of Nigeria in 2020, and you look at all the policies and all the programs that have been established, you can then, say that Nigeria has grown as a country. Disadvantage of HDI. The disadvantage is that it places emphasis on quantitative index and less of qualitative indices. More on quantitative indices and less on qualitative indices, meaning that we are just here saying HDI, HDI, HDI. These are human beings. Their stories are not just numbers. We should go into these societies and ask them questions. We should talk to them. We should engage with them. We should listen to their stories. You are saying that, oh, these people, they are not accessing healthcare. Who told you they want your healthcare? What about if they want an orthodox method of treating themselves? And what about if that has worked over the years? There are areas in the US that have people, what they call them? I've forgotten what they call them. That's the day they take alcohol, they die. They are so traditional in their ways. And you are using HDI factors to say that these people are primitive. Why? So that's a disadvantage. Another disadvantage is, of which you can use these advantages and disadvantages to also agree in these indicators that I told you guys about. So you can still pick more points that to what extent do you agree or disagree. So it's still disadvantages and advantages. Another one is HDI indices are usually based on national average and tends to conceal distribution between groups and individuals. Meaning that, remember when I talked about gross national income? Why are you doing gross national income? What's my business with that? Why don't you do it between groups, between individuals? Another disadvantage is wide divergence within countries. Why are you comparing China and Kenya? China is more populous than Kenya, so their HDI score would depend on the region. Again, a country like China have two economies, very rich people, very poor people. If you look at North China, they are poorer than Southeast China. Why are you now merging them together? Remember what I talked about in gross national per capita. If somebody is earning more, why are you putting them together? HDI2 refers long-term changes, life expectancy, and it does not respond to recent or short-term changes. Remember, I said things like accidents, right? Sudden deaths. Because there are people that just sleep and they don't wake up. That's sudden deaths. But HDI is saying, oh, everybody, if the HDI of a country is high, everybody should be able to live up to 100 years. Another disadvantage is higher national wealth does not indicate welfare. You can see national income, gross national income. Yes, you can see that. And a good example is America. You can see, yes, income is great, but the economic welfare of the people, how they spend their money. You are increasing spending on military, but the welfare of the people suffering. Another example is higher GNP per capita may hide widespread inequality within the country, meaning that there might still be very high level of inequality. And a good example is Saudi Arabia. When we think about development as freedom, yes, their HDI will be high based on all these factors. But what about human rights of the people? What about development as freedom? Does it make sense? Another one is HDI can highlight countries with similar GNI per capita, but different level of economic development. So countries can have the same gross national income, but when you look at their economic development, totally different. They are doing different things. Because remember, as countries, we have different national resources, right? We have different national resources that make us unique. So why are we comparing? Okay, I will pay the salary this month. So another one, economic welfare depends on several other, factors. We look at pollution, access to clean water. We look at threat to war. We also look at invasion of non-state actors. So many factors.
That disadvantage?
Yes.
Wow.
So under disadvantage, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, you made the last point now. I don't understand it.
Economic welfare depends on several other factors, such as level of pollution, access to clean water, threats of war, invasion of non-state actors. Please, am I clear on this?
Okay, but this is economic welfare. So what is the relationship with human development and economic welfare?
Okay, so remember that when we talk about development as let's go back. Socio-economic transformation, right? Development as modernization, development as declining inequality factors. When we think about these three things and we come back to economic welfare, we should also understand that all those things that we talked about development is dependent on other factors that HDI does not capture. So the disadvantage of HDI, or why you should disagree with it, is that it does not capture other factors that, okay, maybe DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, their HDI is low because of war, right? It will not say, okay, let's leave them, let's give them 5 years to recuperate. No, they don't say that. They don't capture that, oh, the HDI of Nepal is low because they had an earthquake. And that's why people are displaced, people are homeless, people lost their jobs. It does not capture that. Economic welfare depends on other factors. Life expectancy, they're not saying that, they're saying once a nation is developed, everybody will live up to 100 years. They don't talk about sudden death. We see flood happening, erosion, right? Earthquakes, volcano, all those things. It does not capture recent happening of death because those things can happen and affect a country's HDI. And why is it that even when now to the GN per capita spreading inequality within a country, why is it that even with what happened in Texas, what happened in Florida, all these states in the US HDI is still up there, meanwhile there is vast inequality? Why doesn't it capture that there are some people that are homeless? Why doesn't it capture that some people are unemployed? So if they ask that question of, to what extent do you agree or disagree with the indicators and the indices, you mention all of them and you can give advantage and disadvantage, why you want to agree and why you want to disagree.
Or you can choose, the question now, do you agree or disagree? I can decide to choose just one. I mustn't agree and disagree at the same time.
Yeah. Are you guys clear with it?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I was slow this time because I was really trying to make sure everybody understood what I was saying. Okay. Which other question? I want to take questions that are on this slide so that we can move on from it. I'm just looking through the past questions. So we've treated economic growth, economic development, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Okay, so there's another question. An informed observer of the Nigerian project once resorted that Nigeria should have no business with poverty. What do you understand this observation to mean? Is it a correct summary of Nigerian situation? I just want to make sure I'm covering everything before I move on. Where is it? It's on this other page. You can read it out again for them. Nigeria does not have any. So you can read it out again.
An informed observer of the Nigerian project. An informed observer of the Nigerian project once retorted Nigeria should have no business with poverty. Nigeria should have no business with poverty. What do you understand? Okay, I'll take it. An informed observer of the Nigerian project once retorted. An informed observer of the Nigerian project once retorted that Nigeria should have no business with poverty. Full stop. What do you understand this observation to mean? What do you understand this observation to mean?
Okay.
Then is it a correct summary of the Nigerian situation? Is it a correct summary of the Nigerian situation? Just feels like our own question. State welfare.
So for me, when they ask that kind of question, the first thing that comes to my mind is factors affecting economic growth in developing countries, right? The first one is see what Nika is saying. Okay, so this is what will come to my mind, right? You're saying Nigeria,
factors affecting growth in
Nigeria does not have any business with poverty. But when we look at Nigeria's level of infrastructure, transportation and communication, it's a problem. Number two, levels of corruption.
So is it also stating the factors affecting growth in Nigeria or growth or development in Nigeria? Is that what it is?
Factors affecting economic growth in developing countries.
Okay. So what's the first one?
So the first thing is levels of infrastructure. So how I'm going to start this question is, as much as Nigeria, as much as Nigeria is as much as Nigeria is a top producer of crude oil and recognized as the third largest economy in the world, I think, or seventh largest economy in the world. I think we need to go and find out that figure properly. I think it's seventh economy in the world. We have lagged behind on things that can actually enable our economic growth, some of which are levels of infrastructure. You then talk about transportation and communication in Nigeria, all the things that you know about it. People find it difficult to move their goods and services from one place to the other within Nigeria. Our communication, sometimes, especially people that are into rural farming, you go to these rural areas, you cannot even communicate with people. So we've not gotten our infrastructure right. You hold on to that.
What about roads?
Roads?
Yeah, like
transportation. Moving goods and services from one location to the other.
Okay.
Another one, levels of corruption. The corruption within the country. We pay taxes, but we don't see what our taxes are used for. The government don't use it for anything. Politicians have taken it for personal gain. Another one is educational. Another one is educational standards and labor productivity. So basic levels of literacy and education can determine the productivity of the workforce. Our literacy level is very low in Nigeria. We have a lot of graduates, but they are
unemployable graduates.
Exactly. So unemployable because they don't have the adequate skills, right? So for example, we are looking for computer literacy. How many graduates have computer literacy? And we've already advanced. Remember, socio-economic transformation. introduction of all these things into society. Chapter 1, chapter 2, this is not what I'm asking for. The other one, levels of inward investment. For example, China has invested in Nigeria to help export raw materials that its economy needs. So everything China has done for us is at the interest of China, not at the interest of Nigeria. We might think about it now as, oh, it's interest of Nigeria, but no, these are inward investment for China, not for Nigeria.
So then you can say low levels of investment.
No, levels of inward investments. Yeah. Let me show you. Another thing is labor mobility. In Nigeria, is labor able to move from one relatively unproductive agricultural to more productive manufacturing? Meaning that, is it that we'll say, oh, we can no longer farm with traditional tools again, so we are going to dump farming? What's happening to all these sectors in Nigeria? We are not moving into industrialization as a country. The world is moving, but we are not moving. And we already know that once we move into industrialization, production will increase. Then another one, the flow of foreign aid and investments. Targeted aid can help improve infrastructure and standard of living, but we take all these loans and all these investments from all these big institutions and foreign corporations, and it is not helping anything. We don't see an improvement in our standard of living. The last one is level of savings and investments. We don't have high level of savings, as you can see from our borrowing, and we don't even invest. So it cannot even help our economic growth. So while they might feel like Nigeria have no business with poverty or underdevelopment or being a developing nation, we need to also pay attention to our level of infrastructure, our level of corruption, our labor productivity, our educational standard, our inward investment, our labor mobility, our flow of foreign aid and investment, and our level of savings and investment, period. That's why you have 2, 6.
That's how that goes. Let me check. You're just giving points. You now write conclusion, reference.
Oh, we've gone down. Okay, Nigeria ranks second in the world. I'll be second in Africa. Okay, second largest economy in Africa. South Africa is first, then 17th in the world. So, is everybody clear on that question? Nigeria has no business with poverty. Please, is everybody clear on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if there's anything in this that Egypt is first. Wow. South Africa is third. Wow. Okay. So I think I've touched everything in this slide. Okay.
There's still one more question here. There's still one more question I'm seeing here.
Any question on HDI? I've covered it. Any question on economic growth and economic development? I've touched it. Yeah, all these things, all the past questions, three perspective. So now these questions here, I've touched them. Distinguish between economic growth and economic development, I've explained. Nigeria should have no business with poverty, I've explained. How can there be growth without development? I've explained this as well. Which is the strongest obstacle of development in Nigeria, insecurity or corruption? We talked about it. What do you understand about growth without development? We talked about it. Agree or disagree with the appropriateness of 4 indicators and 3 indices of HDI? We talked about it as well. The 5 means by which development could be measured. Okay, sorry. Now, I might. Okay, this is it. Don't worry.
You see sociology 2, 4, 5, 6. That assignment 1 and 2 is for the textbook.
Okay, don't worry. Thank you. So I need to say, please, sorry guys, come and email it to me. Yeah, but I want to take something first. So this one, I'm not really confident about it, but I'm going to share it with you guys so that at least we have something, but I'm not really confident about it. It might change. The question is the 5 means in which, by which development could be measured. What I know it as is input, output. The 5 means by which development could be measured. We could measure development with input. So input meaning that the 5 means by which development could be measured.
Okay.
First, what I'm getting, what I'm perceiving from this question is maybe using HDI and using economic development. Those 2 things I'm sure of, because you can use that to measure development, but I can't. The other 3 is not coming to mind. So if
okay, I noted health, education, GDP increase, living standards, good governance. I don't know, I just something I had to
Yes, you're right. So the 5 means by which development could be measured. You can measure through health, through education, yes, political stability, yes. Because when we think about the concerns of sociology, that's it. Yeah.
Political stability,
health,
education, 4 and 5.
Employment.
Last one.
So it's meant to be defined, sorry. Define development from any 3 perspectives. So remember we said, I'm just going through the past questions. So these are all
you could. I mean, life expectancy can also be used to measure.
What's life expectancy?
Life expectancy.
That's been covered in health. When you talk about health, you talk about life expectancy and all that.
So we'll think of something. Poverty. Level of poverty. Level of employment.
Level of employment to be level of employment to come under living standards. That will come under living standards already.
Okay, so it will be living
standards.
standards.
Is this those 5 things that we listed? They have subtopics under them. They have other things that we can use to put as a point in case you're saying, in case you're telling you to explain. So when you talk about health, you know the health indicators and all that. When you talk about education, the same thing. GDP increase, that's economic growth. All the other things go under it. Living standards too, and then the good governance, corruption, and all that. So you can always dwell on those all those subtopics under it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Is that Maureen?
Yeah, baby.
Maureen, please mention them again.
Okay, I said health, education, GDP increase, living standards, and good governance.
Okay.
Thank you. So I've also answered India, China, Brazil were all colonized. What features of Nigeria prevents her from rapid growth in the same way as this as her counterparts? So this slide, these factors affecting economic growth in developing countries. That's the answer for that last one. So now this slide is done. I'm going to send it to the group. Then I go to the next one. Have you emailed it to me? So stop sharing. So we are going to go to the next. See my phone base. Sociology of development. Okay, let's save. I don't know where I saved it. Okay, good. Razak, I'm sending it to the group. Sorry, after this one, I'm going to take. What am I meant to take next? What's that? Okay, so I've sent it to the group. Anybody that wants to go through the slide, the answers are there. I hope you find them useful. Oh, he's here. Nico is here. Don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go to the mail. Go to the mail. Go and read what I said.
You insulted me.
No.
Okay. So how do I share my screen now? How do I share my screen? Okay. Oh. So please, I want to take the core concerns of sociology. Please. How do I share my slide now? Razak. Okay. Okay. This. All right. Yeah. Can everybody see it? Please, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay. So, from the past questions, name clearly and define what's this? Name, clearly define and evaluate any 7 concerns of sociology of development. In our course outline, these are all the concerns that he gave to us, and I'm going to explain them one after the other. Please, if you don't understand anyone, please just call me back. I'll explain. Now, this is how it is in the course outline. Number 1, stratification, differentiation of access. That's how he put it. Now, I would like us to understand it as social stratification. Sociology of development is concerned with sorry. Hello. Okay. Social stratification simply means, or it refers to classification or categorization of people in societal hierarchy, meaning that it refers to categorizing people into groups based on their socioeconomic factors. And these socioeconomic factors are what? Wealth, race, education, ethnicity, occupation, social status, derived power, and all those factors. So sociology of development is interested in social stratification. Sociology of development is simply saying, I want to understand why society why the people that make up society are in different classes. Why are they categorized into different groups? And why do these groups matter? How does this group affect development? You already know that with social stratification, you can easily tell that, oh, this person is coming from a society where they are not developed, they are suffering, there's poverty, there's conflict, by just listening to them and understanding their social class. Does that make sense?
Fatima, please repeat the first one. Sorry, it was cracking. I didn't hear.
So the first one is social stratification. The first one is social stratification. Social stratification simply means the categorization of people into groups based on socioeconomic factors such as gender, occupation, income, race, ethnicity, social status, power. As a sociologist, I want to understand why class is important. I want to understand why we have to be differentiated into groups to understand development. I want to know why. The second concern is poverty. And he gave inequality of culture of poverty. What does that mean? What does poverty mean? So I like to explain poverty as a state of not having material possession for a person's basic needs. Or you can explain it as a state or condition in which a person lacks financial capability to even afford basic or minimum standard of living. Please, it would be nice to add, poverty can either be absolute or relative. What is absolute poverty? Absolute poverty is a situation where there is extreme and abject poverty in a society where there is scarcity of all basic needs: food, clean water, health, shelter, education, information. There's scarcity of that. Relative poverty is a living standard compared to the economic standard of population in a surrounding. I will explain that last one again. Relative poverty is a living standard compared to the economic standard of the population in a living surrounding, meaning that if people in rural areas are going through absolute poverty, we in urban area, all of is relative poverty because we are comparing it with our solution. People in rural area will be looking at us and say, this person is rich. But we know the truth of all the matters, that we are in Lagos does not mean that we are rich. It is relative poverty because there are billionaires in this city. So compared to those billionaires, we can still afford standard like basic things as food, shelter, health, education, and things like that. But compared to the billionaires, there's a problem, there's relative poverty. So sociology of development is interested in social stratification, which is the study or the categorization of individuals into groups based on their socioeconomic factors, income, education, race, power, things like that. Sociology of development is interested in poverty. Poverty is a situation or a state or a condition in which a person or a community lack financial resources to afford minimum standard of living. Poverty can either be absolute or relative. Absolute in terms of abject poverty in society where individuals cannot afford essential basic needs. While relative poverty is compare to the income of people in an environment or in a surrounding, is a comparison of people within a surrounding. Now, the next one is subordination, exploitation, resistance, and social conflict. But I want us to just put sociology of development is concerned with social conflict. And when you think about this, because social conflict in this came up in two places. The next one is social conflict again, which I will explain. Now, social conflict in this sense is exploitation, subordination, and resistance. Resistance in form of protests. We are fighting the government, we are resisting their policies, we are resisting their recommendation, we are resisting what they've imposed on us as a people. So because of that, social conflict occur. Social conflict occur from exploitation of a people. You can use Ogoni oil spillage as an example. They were exploited, pushing people out of their society, out of their homes, because you want to exploit their natural resources, causing that community havoc. What will happen? The people will resist, causing what? Social conflicts. And there's subordination. So sociology of development is interested in social conflicts caused by exploitation. The fourth one, sociology of development is interested in social conflict caused by divergent interests and groups. Meaning that as a nation, we are already seeing things like Biafra, right? We are seeing Boko Haram is a different example. We are seeing militants, we are seeing Bakassi, we are seeing all these things. Sociology of development is saying we want to understand social conflict of divergent interest groups. We want to understand their differences. We want to understand what is going on. Because if we don't understand all these things, we can never really understand how to make a nation develop. It is not possible that you just say, okay, let me just do programs. And you are not looking at social stratification. You are not looking at poverty. You are not looking at social conflicts. You now say that, okay, let's educate the girl child. Let's just go and put it in Borno. You've not studied, or let's go and let's do, how will I put it now? Let's do, let me use the first social conflict. Let's go to this community. Let's tell them that we are giving them water plants to treat their water because we think water is the problem. Let's do it. And forgetting that there is resistance. So even if we go there to do developmental project, they will destroy it. Because in that instance, what is needed is what? Mediation and reconciliation before development. So sociology of development is interested in all these things, so they know what comes before what. So the concerns, number one, social stratification, categorization of people based on socio-economic factors, income, race, class, power, occupation, all those things. Gender is there. Poverty, a state of or condition of which a person or community lack financial resources and essential resources and essential for minimum standard of living. Poverty can be relative or absolute, period. Social Social conflict. Sociology of development is interested in social conflict caused by exploitation. You can use the example of the Niger Delta. You can use an example of Ogonioye spillage and resistance group within society. Sociology of development is interested in social conflict caused by divergent interest group in society. You can use cases of Biafra, Boko Haram, militants. You don't use Boko Haram, we use Boko Haram for something else. So Biafra, you can use Biafra, you can use militants, you can use small groups that are fighting based on different interests. We don't want this, we're not interested in this, take it away from our community. Sociology of development is interested in that. Somebody posted on our study group, prebendalism. What does that mean? Prebendalism simply means, or it refers to political system in which elected officials or workers feel the right to share government revenue and use it to benefit themselves, meaning that because I'm a government official, I am entitled to use the money or the revenue for my state, for my own personal gain. So that's where corruption comes in. So he said prebendalism states as arena of contestation of crisis of government. So within government within the government and their principles, within government and government officials, we have dropped money. Oh yeah, build road. You now go and give it to contractor friend. Contractor friend will do rubbish, give you chunk of it. That's what it's about. The 16th, sociology of development is interested in social class manipulation of the state of its effectual stance over its core purpose. That's how it is in our course outline. But I would like to say that sociology of development is interested in non-state actors that shake or that influence or impacts the core purpose of a state. This one you can then use Boko Haram, because Boko Haram is a non-state actor. And we cannot talk about Nigeria and Nigeria's development without worrying that, oh, Boko Haram can bomb this place. Oh, can we build skyscraper that will encourage tourism? Because we already know that, okay, tourism will increase GDP, right? And we already know that GDP is also, when we talk about development, GDP is there. Not even talking about, now working on our health insurance and access to healthcare, because foreigners will be everywhere. So they will need to access certain things, and we start working on all these other factors. But when investors want to come and do that investment, they will ask you questions. That who are these non-state actors that are shaking up your state? What is going on in Nigeria? What's happening? We cannot invest because of this. Sociology of development is interested in those factors that are shaking the core purpose of the state. Example, non-state actors. The last one is sociology of development is also interested in spatial dimensions of development, meaning gender, age, occupation. We want to know, this population that we are saying is not developed. There's a reason why they are not developed. Are you sure that everybody in Nigeria is not 60 years old? The expectation is high. So sociology of development wants to know. You hear people say, oh, Nigeria has a very young population. Who told you? Is a sociologist that would have done a population study to know that, okay, we have a relatively young population in Nigeria, and this is the expectation. They can take leadership, they can make good decisions. This is what they can do. So in the past questions, I see in the past question, I see, name, clearly define and evaluate 7 concerns of sociology of development. The B part of that question is, how does each of these focal development sub-team impact on economic growth and advance human condition? How does it impact human condition? How does it help economic growth? Social stratification, how does it help? If we understand the categorization of people based on their socio-economic factors, we'll be able to make decisions to improve their standard of living based on their education, their level of education, their income. Then we start knowing what strategies we can take to improve it. If we know that, okay, we already know that there's a relationship between gender and income. There's a relationship between level of education and income. And we already know that there's a relationship between income and standard of living. We start looking at all these things and do things like what? Development as empowerment from that first slide. Poverty. Once we understand what the kind of poverty situation we are in Nigeria, and identify areas that have abject poverty, we're not going to go to those areas with computers, because we need to first sort out their basic human needs: food, shelter, water, access to health, before we then say, okay, you know what, let's bring computers, let's start talking about education. You can think about it as introducing Maslow's hierarchy of needs into that society. Number 3, once we can address social conflict based on exploitation, introduce mediation and reconciliation in those communities, we can then start putting developmental infrastructure in those communities. Social conflict based on divergent interests. Still the same thing. Once we can address it through mediation, meeting the needs of these different interest groups, capturing their needs in the national interest or national development scope or national development planning, and we know that, okay, everybody is satisfied, we can then introduce other concepts of development in that society. Prebendalism. If we can put check and balances in society, strict checks and balances, looking at Singapore as a nation that did it. If officials steal money, death straight. In fact, we see officials in some countries committing suicide because it's better to commit suicide than face the law of corruption or spending government money. If we can put those proper checks and balances, of course, we'll achieve development in that society. Number 6, if we can address the actors, state and non-state actors that are influencing the core purpose of a state, and understand their operations, and already taking means and measures to mitigate their operations or, eliminate it totally from the country, protect our borders, human development will occur. And the last one, once we can capture age, gender, level of education, what again? The Spartan dimension of development, all those factors that don't come in as strong, but they are also influential in decision-making process when it comes to development. Once we can capture that into development and understand that, oh, Nigeria is a population that have more women than men, yet women don't hold political position. Why? Once we start looking at all these factors and start taking measures because of what we find out, development will happen in that country. I think I've answered that. Does anybody have any question for me based on this? Because I want to close this slide and do another one.
There's a question that is on this past.
Oh yeah, what's the question?
Define the state as a concept and as a phenomenon and illustrates its features as clearly as possible as we can.
Say it again.
Define the state as a concept and as a phenomenon and illustrates its features as clearly as possible.
So when you're talking about core concerns of sociology, it's not about the state. We're going to go to the state.
Okay.
So when you talk about the state, you're talking about institutions that make up the state. You're talking about family. You're talking about institutions. You're talking about political parties. I think is one of all those things, but it's not. Core concerns is like the beginning. Okay, what's the sociology of development kind of stuff. Okay. Does anybody have any question? Please say something though. I mean, you guys are sleeping. I'm just waiting for me to record. I will cry you.
Please, that the fifth one.
Yeah, prebendalism.
Yeah, please let me just go over it again, please.
Okay. Prebendalism refers to a political system in which elected officials or workers feel that they have the right to share government revenue and use it to benefit themselves or, their supporters or their ethnic group. So saying that they gave me money now to build schools in South, and I start and I go and build all the schools in my village. Then when there's, I say, but is it not South? It's part of South now. Instead of me to have spread my tentacles around all the six states in South Nigeria, I'll just say, let me go and do it in my village now and expand. Does that answer your question?
Yes, please. Thank you. Very well.
Okay. Does anybody have another question? Because this slide is over.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. These core concerns that you mentioned, the seven core concerns that you mentioned, the one the lecturer gave us is quite okay. There's some similar instances to it, but there's some that are different from it, and it only like up to 9 or 8. So does it mean that it should be limited some?
So this is what he gave us in our course outline. And it was based on the course outline that I called all this out. I did not just sit down and formulate it. It's from our course outline.
Yeah, I know that it's from our course outline, but I'm saying, how do we marry to the one he gave us in our notes? Because he said some in the class, and obviously I was not holding the course outline when he was saying so.
You said what?
I was saying that how do we marry the one he gave us in our notes and the one in the course outline? How do we mesh them together?
So I'm with the notes here, right? So let's go through like what he gave us. Let me see.
Okay. Okay, like for the first one he gave us in our notes, he said the sociologists are concerned with the role of the state, civil society, educated elite, the condition of youth, women, children, and persons with disability.
So, okay, chill. So condition of youth, women, that is under spatial dimension of development. That's under the 7th one that is here. Which other one again?
We talked about development and social order.
Development and social order. So
yes,
when you look at, you can put that under divergent interest. You can put that under number 3, number 4, or number 6.
He also talked about how they're interested in. Okay, so sociologists are interested in understanding how many persons of a growing economy do not enjoy the benefits of rising productivity. So I think that should be under inequality.
Exploitation. They are not enjoying the benefits. It can be under exploitation. It can be under divergent interest groups.
Okay. Okay, the other one is first. Okay, you said they want to understand poverty, inequality, and culture of poverty. In addition, they want to understand subordination, hegemony, exploitation, resistance, and social conflict. I think that one is quite explainable. Then he said another interest is social class, manipulation of the state, and state capture. So that will be under tribendalism, I guess.
I didn't hear you.
Social class, manipulation of the state, and state capture.
Social class,
manipulation
of the state.
Manipulation of the state, yes, and state capture.
Wait, were they different?
No, the same one. The same one.
So social class is under social stratification. Social stratification is basically social class. Manipulation of the state is
I think that's
shaking of its core purpose.
Okay, that's the number 5. I think that's the number 5.
Yeah.
I think it's good. It's okay now. I've been able to put them under the 7 core questions that you have here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to take off this slide. Stop sharing. I'm going to post it on the group for anybody that needs it. Okay. Oh, social institution. See what I saw behind this in my house. It must be born again. Not. Is this I don't know. It should be 7 because this is today's one. Okay, please. Part of the thing that he taught us. Am I sharing my screen? I don't know. I think I stopped sharing. Can you guys see anything? Share.
Yes.
Slideshow from current slide. This one. Okay. Social institution. New one. Yeah. So that's the question you asked. So in the past question, they talked about, I need to go into theories. And after that, I'm going to sleep. Define states. Okay. So the question Tona asked was, define the states as a what? As a concept.
As a concept and as a phenomenon.
So as a concept and as a phenomenon, and illustrates its features as clearly as you can possibly. So this question, if they ask you this question, you need to be able to define a state. What is a state? When they say state, they are not talking about, of course, by now everybody should know that it's not Abakiliki and all this, Enugu and all that. So a state can be defined as a politically organized body of people living in a defined geographical entity. So a state can be defined as a politically organized body of people living in a defined geographical area with an organized legitimate government in a defined geographical entity with an organized population. Organized legitimate government, Anyhow you want to define it, three things are constant in your definition. Number one, define geographical entity. Number two, legitimate government. Number three, population. You must include people. Anyhow you want to start. A state is a defined geographical entity with a legitimate government and a population. Can define it as far as those three things are in your definition. Okay, we already know that a state must be free from external control. You can build off of all of that. Now, features of a state. Population, territory, sovereignty, governments, and recognition. Permanence, yeah. So within a state, we have what they call social institution. This is also from the man's course outline. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now he said the states, politics are critical determinant directions of development. In social institutions, we must take note of the states, the governments.
Wait, sorry. Have you finished the definition of as a phenomenon and
all those ones you just expatiate, go and research it, browse it, do anything you want to do with it. Yeah. Okay. So when we talk about social institution, the first thing when we talk about social institution is to talk about the states. The states having control, having political strength, political capability to actually direct other social institutions. There is no state without a political factor. So we need to social institution within a state. You first say the state, the recognize the country, whatever, that's the first. Then after that, you recognize family. Family is a social institution. Family is the smallest unit in society. At least we've been hearing that one since primary school. Smallest unit of society. So you look at it, family crisis, challenges, inclusive growth or development. What is the family structure like? You look at it when you're talking about social institution. Then you talk about education. Then you talk about healthcare. When you talk about healthcare, you talk about childhood, welfare, productivity, infant mortality, things like that. Then you talk about religious groups, religion. At least we used to hear family, religion, school, another, you see church, all those type of things. Then under social institution again, there we have sociological theories accounting for dynamics of growth and development. Now, meaning that within social institutions, we have groups, right, that form theories, all these policy institutions that form theories that back the states, that will go and give the state and say, these theories that we've created or these policies is good for the state, let us use it. Then the last one is the culture of the people.
Sorry, please, can you take that again?
Okay, I will. So the question in the past question states that, where is it? Oh, I'll answer this one too. It states that define a state, which we've done, and the concerns and phenomena, and illustrate its features as clearly as possible. So when you are illustrating its features, when you are talking, phenomenon means happening, what happens within a state. You can't talk about what happens within a state without talking about social institution, because what happens within the state is a factor of social institutions. And every state, every country comprised of a family, right? There is no family without two people. And two people in a family brings about engagement. And these two people in a family, we have some form of education, right? Whether it's basic education or the normal education, I've forgotten what they call it. Anyhow, you shall be educated. Those two people will access healthcare in society, right? I'm using two as society is made up like family. And for you to say a family exists, it must comprise of at least two people. Now, those two people, they must belong to, they must access healthcare. Those same two people must belong to a religious group, either Christianity, Muslim, Hindu, even Buddhist, even atheists is a group, is identified under religion. So those two people must identify. Those same two people too, they must also account for dynamics of growth and development, meaning that they will have their ideological theories that shape their thought process, that shape their, after acquiring their education, their thought process is shaped. Oh, let's be a democracy, let's be autocratic, let's be whatever it is, right? And they form these governing institutions that will write policies and give to the states and say, oh, the state, oh, this is what we have, right? Influencing political decisions. Then the last one, these same two people that comprise of family will have their own culture, belief, system, way of life. And that's what makes up a state. Do you understand? Let me answer another question with this slide, if it will help. That question is, which of the states, okay, which of the states, oil, or the Nigerian ruling elite is the strongest obstacle to the country's rapid development efforts, and why? Which of these, states, oil, or the Nigerian ruling elites? Now, in this question, they recognize the states as Nigeria. And that state, not just as Nigeria, but also as a political body. They recognize oil in this personally. I would say oil will be under, how will I put it? I will put oil under sociological theories and accounts for dynamics of growth and development. I'll put oil under them because it's resources. Personally, that's what I would do. Then I'll put Nigerian ruling elites under family, if I want to think about it like that. And the question is, the strongest obstacle in the country's rapid development. Now, this question highlights different social institutions and their role. And they're asking us a question that, who do you think is the cause of Nigerians' inability to develop? I cannot blame it on oil. because without without states, right? Without a political system, right? We will not even know if there's oil or not. There might be oil and they'll never tell us. Some people will just be siphoning the oil, they'll never tell us. Another thing is the Nigerian ruling elites. If there's no state, we will not still have Nigerian ruling elites. And I'll do it in case anybody wants to pick the other. Me personally, this is what I would do. I would say that the state is the obstacle in making Nigeria not to be developed. Because if the state can create policies, if we can have clear political paths on how we want to rule Nigeria, Nigeria will be better. The states have the resources to control. Oil belongs to the state. Oil does not belong to oil. You understand?
But is it not people that make up the state, and it's not people that make up this?
I'll still go to other factors and all that. So me personally, I'll choose that state because it all begins with states. But again, if you pick oil, if you say, oh, oil is the reason why Nigeria has not developed and the rest, yes, you can make a case out of it and say that based on okay, since we found oil in Nigeria, right? What's going on? You can say that since we found oil in Nigeria, it has accounted for our dynamics of growth and development. It has contributed to our growth and development. And it has also influenced exploitation, right? And also reducing the standard of living of people that are in areas that are being affected by pollution, by, what's that thing? Pollution of water. Exactly. So you can blame it on why Nigeria has not developed. If you decide to pick Nigerian ruling elites, you can say Nigerian ruling elites have access to education, healthcare, religion. Their cultures and values are that of developed nation. They have access to all these things. So they can come and influence the state based on their own capital and their own exposure. So because of their level of education, they tend to attain higher position in the states, creating the policies that will rule the states. And because of what we know about prebendalism, right? People acquiring things for selfish gain, they will do that. So if you intend to, in this question, if you intend to pick anyone, use it anyhow you want to use it. The last question is, which two institutions are inevitable devices for putting the countries back on the fast track to national growth and development? Which two institutions will you say we cannot do without as a country? If you want to put the country, if you want to make the country acquire national growth and development, you can pick anyone. The first one that I'll say is, okay, they say we should pick any two. You can pick states. I will explain. If you pick states, that if we don't put, when we talk about state, we are looking at political parties, political influence, and all those things. What two institutions are inevitable? If there's no political system, if there's political instability, there's no development. Abi? We already see that in Liberia during the war, Afghanistan. We've seen it in different countries. No political stability, no development, period. You can still also talk about family crisis. That if unit of society, if family as the primary unit of society has broken down, of which a lot of people have that argument, that you see people are coming from broken homes. You're seeing a lot of single mothers around. How will their children look like? Oh my God, these people will carry morals that are not, of Nigerian, is not portraying us as a people, is not inclusive. They're already seeing waywardness. Oh, a woman that's, from a single parent, prostitution, a guy going into drugs. And these are other things, these are all the factors that we see that hamper development, right? We already know that when things like this happen, it will affect their education, it will affect their employability. So you can use that as an argument. You can also hold on to education, stating that we should hold on to state and education, no, because if there's political stability and people can go to school, we believe that, and remember, this political stability is also putting checks and balances so that corruption does not exist in that society. So we're already saying, okay, put education, and I'm very sure that from the HDI we talked about earlier, I'm already sure that people will be able to achieve or attain, we're assuming that their IQ will be so high that they will bring innovation to the states. Health, of course, a healthy population is a working population. A working population, higher GNI, gross national income, period. Once there's religious stability, nobody is fighting, nobody is saying you're Muslim, you're Christian, everybody go your way, I go my way. There's liberation of ideas, liberation of theology, of religion. Nobody is saying, oh, because you're a Muslim, I'm not going to talk to you. Don't invest in my company, move away. Once there is that peace and settlement, somebody can say, if we can hold on to, of course, if you can hold on to, when you look at Nigerian problem, you know, when you're talking to your friends and say, what do you think Nigerian problem? It's corruption, all these politicians, they should just get out, you know, you have that. The second thing somebody might be saying is, me, I don't think it's corruption. No. Me, I think this Muslim Christian fight that we used to have, who will rule us, Muslim Christian, if we can solve that, then we are good as a people. So think about all those things when they say what two institutions are inevitable. Then think about the culture of the people, what globalization has done to us. We are bringing and, you know, taking other people's culture into, you know, we're taking other people's culture into our society is also a problem. Okay. Does anybody see any question about institution? Does anybody have any question about this? Okay. People have gone to sleep. Me, I'll soon go and sleep. Okay.
No, we are still here.
How can there be? Who is that? How can there be good? Okay, I've answered this question. An informed observer. Okay, I've answered this question. What is intellectual work? Pick two classical. Okay. We'll soon be done, self. So I'm not going to take. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so my take, especially on this social institution, okay, is supposed to be, I think that okay, so look at number 2, just an example. So when they say institutions, as you have it here saying family crisis, I don't think that it should be that way, because it's supposed to be, I mean, in your explanation, it can be like that, you know, but in institutions that we require to build, you know, just mention family system, I think that will suffice than for you to now say family crisis and you know, all of that.
So this is just from demands, which, you know, I can actually edit it here now. This is from demands. Okay, this is from demands course outline. I don't tell anybody to say, oh, Katibu went to go from later on. She went to go and tell us this or no. These demands. Does this make a difference? What I'm doing?
It does.
Okay. Because I don't want it to be my words. I want it to be demands own stuff. I'll be like, meeting tell me. Okay, so this one is just culture. I think these are the key ones. I don't know, I don't want to push this away. So I'm just going to share this to the group. This is economic growth without development, population. Okay, so I'm just going to share this to the group. Save. Screen sharing has stopped. Okay, so I want to share. I need to share this thing. Then I want to go to theories, and that'll be it too. I'll run away. Sociology of Sociology chapter 2. Please, you guys should give me a moment. I want to share it on the group. If not, I'll just go and sleep. So I've shared it on the group. Let me answer the ones with theory now. Functional structuralism. Oh, this one is long. Oh, God, my father. Okay. Razak. Razak is sleeping.
Absent, ma.
Okay. Let's see. Hope you guys are understanding. Sunday, everybody's going to sleep like this. So this wicked tutorial. But you get it. Okay. So I want to pull out questions. We're almost done. So I'm not going to take you guys should just give me a minute. So I'm not going to do, because they did not teach us anything about development management or annual national budgets or development resource mapping. They didn't teach us anything like that. So I'm not going to take that. Clearly 7 concerns. I'm just canceling things that we've taken, giving some rapid development. Okay, I've taken this.
Please, do you think you're going to talk about all those leaders?
Yes, I'm going to. So after theories, I'll go to the leaders. I don't even have the slides for them. I'll use the woman's slides, and that's about it. Call it a night. I'm going to rush these theories too, because related. I think help me check if there are questions relating to these theories, because let's see. Watching is going to show what's the. Okay. Okay, classical contributors. Let me see. I'm not seeing any. If you guys should give me. Is anybody with past questions that they can just tell me a question that has a theory component to it? Because I'm reading through. Because we've answered so much. Okay. Okay, I've seen one. So the question states, which of the contending theoretical models of development would you recommend to Nigerian government people and why? So when we talk about theories, right? In sociology of development, what's going on? Where's my system hanging? I don't know why my system, you are screen sharing. Yes, I know. Okay. All right. So I told you guys, like when I took this class, that there are three theories in sociology that stands out. Structural functionalism is on a macro level, saying that every institution of a state make up the whole of the state, meaning we just looked at social institutions, right? The family, religious institution, educational institution, the state, everything, when you put all of them together. When you put everything together, it makes up a whole, and a breakdown in one can lead to the breakdown in all. And I used an example of NSAS, right? The police institution, right, is to enforce law and order. It's still part of the state, and it's a breakdown in that one that caused the protest that we saw in Nigeria, the NSAS protests. Now, if a conflict theorist is explaining that, what does conflict theory mean? We already understand it from Karl Marx's perspective, right? Struggle for scarce goods and services. If I'm to explain it from a conflict theorist perspective, I'll be saying that NSAS happened because people are struggling for scarce resources, and that's why NSAS stuff happened. If I'm explaining it from a symbolic interactionist perspective, I'll be saying things like, wait, you know, it's not just police that caused this problem that we saw. We're also seeing different groups that came to protest. We are seeing groups like LGBTQ community. We are seeing end rape. We are seeing better pay, create employment, and things like that. So there are different things. People came to represent their own groups. So in any situation you find yourself, if you're giving a theory to explain development and why development have not occurred, you can use any of these theories to explain them. If you are stranded or you cannot remember something, although we are going to talk about core development theories now. The first thing the first theory I'm going to, it's confusing me. Okay. What theory will you recommend to Nigeria? Let me talk about modernization theory. I don't know why my system is hanging. Okay, let's talk about modernization theory. Modernization theory is simply stating that modernization theory came about. What's happening? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so modernization theory came about based on three different events. Number one, the rise of the US as a superpower, right? And other countries like Britain, France, and Germany, they were weak. They were like, what's going on? United States is up there. Second, the spread of United World Communist movement. And the third is the disintegration of European colonies in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, giving birth to new nation states, right? Called the third world that we have today. Modernization theory simply looks at modern societies and say, look at modern societies, they are more productive, their children are well educated, and they are needing receive welfare. So modernization theory is simply stating that if we can create the kind of institutions that we have in developing nations, development will occur. That we should understand that it's a systematic process, right? And that whether we like it or not, that transformation will occur. Remember, development and social transformation, right? That whether we like it or not, that might take a while, but it will occur. Modernization, the major assumptions of modernization is that it is a systematic process and it attributes modernity to a consistent whole, like clusters, is a cluster rather than an isolation, meaning that no country is an island. That if you like, say that you're so indigenous, you don't want to take a American curriculum, that's your business. But just so you know, you're not an island. There's something about America that you will take. And that's what globalization also tells us, that free movement of goods and services and information as well. The second assumption of modernization theory is it is a transformative process. Remember what I just told you, that socioeconomic transformation, it will occur. That in order for a society to be developed or to be seen as modern, it has to drop its traditional structures, its values, whatever it is. Come and take American value. Come and take the values of Great Britain. Come and take the institution. What is Nigeria taking today? British curriculum. What is our entertainment industry modeling? Hollywood. That transformation will occur, then you can't escape it. Will you say that, oh, I'm not going to import computers, I will not make my population computer literate, but then you want to keep having transaction with America, but you don't know how to use computers? You must know how to use computers. You must know. Another assumption of modernization is it is imminent process due to its systematic and transformative nature, which builds change in the social system. Meaning that, yes, we don't want to do it. We don't want to accept it, that America is better than us or whatever the case may be. But the truth is, there will be a change in social system. A time will come where people revolt, and this is what they will want. It's something that you cannot escape. Another thing modernization talks about is, or the strength of modernization, is that it addresses possible role of economic development in democratized third world countries. It discusses consequences, it addresses consequences, it provides like individual attitudes and behavior. That modernization, you will see that, okay, some people can become lenient, some people can accept some certain changes, some people can stop being traditional and things like that. Because of course, we need to agree that some of our traditional ways too have not helped in our development. Another author states that modern, we need to acknowledge that these poor countries need to accept some of these Western values, whether we like it or not. Even if it's to even accept being polite to people, we should accept it. I can't say corruption because they are more corrupt than us. Another thing is that it helps us to differentiate between unstable democracies, dictators, and different forms or types of governments. Then when we are looking at modernization, we are already looking at types of governments. What kind of government is or leadership is being practiced in the US? What kind of leadership is practiced in the UK? These countries that want to emulate, these countries that we've seen as developed, that's what modernization theory is talking about. But the criticism of this theory is that it tends to show, or it gives us only one model of development, that look at United States is the best. And it neglects advances of other nations. We must admit that developments are at different levels. Development are at different levels. And yes, even if we look at, especially when we look at the Chinese model, even when we look at authoritarian regimes, they've made progress in their countries now. They've also made progress in some areas that we should take into consideration. Another set of criticism in modernization is that it eliminates homogeneous set of traditional values What we already know as a people is saying we don't want again, drop it. We are not interested. Another theory, so you decide if you want to give it to your government or not. Another theory is dependency theory. This theory came about in the 1950s based on Latin America's dependency on their colonial masters. And dependency theory, if you don't remember anything, just remember that it was formed because they want to promote their own indigenous goal. And the reason why they created dependency theory, or where dependency theory came from, they believe that for a country to be developed, they must have a national strategy. They must also look internally to the demands of these people. That's why you see countries like, let's use China. Is China a good country? Let me use Canada. They are telling people to come, but they're also looking at the internal demand that the nation wants for their development. That's why they'll tell you that the older you are, the less you qualify for their permanent residency, right? They are looking that as a country, if you want to be developed, these are the things you need to look at. So what is dependency theory? This theory was the 4 main points of this theory. Number one, to develop an important internal effective demand in terms of domestic markets. Number two, to recognize that industrial sector is crucial in achieving better levels of national development. Number three, to increase workers' income. And number four, to promote an effective government and rule. But what has dependency theory? Why is it? Oh, I'm showing you guys the wrong slide. Share. Okay, I'll still go on like that. Let me hold on to this. So for dependency theory, the limitations of dependency theory is that we still depend on our colonial masters for developments. That we as Africans, we can develop on our own. This our new lecturer, she said something. She said, can Nigeria develop on its own? Can African countries develop on its own? It's simply looking at the limitations of dependency theory. That if we come together and put our ideas together as a nation, we will be able to be developed. World systems theory is looking at development as a factor of world systems, the relationship within other nations. How does China relate with America? How does America relate with Nigeria? How does US relate with Ghana? That all those world systems, all those changes, war, economic sanctions, limitation of trade, all these things can impact development. Now we should not just be looking at modernization that, okay, if we bring the institutions in America to Nigeria, we'll be developed. It does not work that way. You cannot say that, oh, if we depend on our colonial masters to show us the way, or we depend on them to give us loans to develop and things like that, we are going to be developed. That we should look at world politics. That's North Korea. Look at what they are doing. Look at countries' relationship in the international system. That once your ally is strong and they're interested in your development, you'll be developed. See South Korea and North Korea. South Korea is closer to the US, and US is pumping into that economy. They have interest there. See China in Nigeria, they have interest there. Russia in Angola, they have interest there. They can pump into that economy and make it their standard. That's what world systems theory is talking about. That if we are talking about sociology of development, we should take notes of all these factors that can lead to development. That is not just modernization, dependency, or globalization. We also have world systems theory, things happening in the international system that can influence world development. And the last one is globalization. I'm not going to explain. Everybody knows what globalization is. Free flow of information and all that stuff. Does anybody have any question for me? I'm not done though. Let me see. There's another question. At what stage Rosto's stage of economic growth is Nigeria? So this is what that question is talking about. Let me open it. This is Rosto's 5 stages of development in the context of Nigeria. Number 1, dependent on rural economy. That's where a nation will ultimately start from. Number 2, dependent on social appreciation of education and skills, meaning that from rural economy, people have started going to school, they are still acquiring something. Number 3, takeoff stage. Number 4 is traditional society. Number 1 is traditional society. Number 2, transitional stage. Number 3, takeoff stage, which is dependent on suburban economy. Number 4, drive to maturity. I try to think that Nigeria is at the takeoff stage or stage 4, dependent on growth and developed economy. Then number 5 is the highest, high mass consumption, dependent on global economy or market margin economy. So just explain at what stage you think Nigeria is and why. So I've answered all that question. So when is an intellectual work described as classic? That's what I want to answer now. A work is described as classic when it can stand the test of time. And a good way to explain a classical work is what? Conflict theory is classic. Karl Marx, conflict theory. That's in society, there'll be bourgeoisie and proletariat 247. You can't change that. It will always be there. That's a classic theory. That's classic. That no matter how you want to explain society, you cannot eliminate all of this. Think about it as your music. Michael Jackson, they'll say classic. Over time, he's still relevant. That's what classic is. Now, pick 2 classical contributions to development thoughts and demonstrate the usefulness of their thoughts to solving development challenges of contemporary times. Number 1 person you can take is Karl Marx. You can say that the reason why nations have not developed is because there is struggle for power, continuous between capital, and the other ones are workers. That's a classical example. Stick to it. Karl Marx, no long stories. Another classical theory that you can explain is Thomas Hobbes. Who is Thomas Hobbes? He's also a conflict theorist. And what he said is that human beings are driven by passion and they will maximize pleasure and minimize pain. Meaning that there is a relationship between our morality and our pleasure, the benefits we get for it. That we are not good because we want to be good. So he speculated 4 things. The first one was there is no morality, and so people will do anything to maximize their pleasure. That we should forget about people are being good and being kind and all those things. That we should just know that people have no morality, that they will do what they have to do to survive. That's still a conflict theorist idea. Another one, human beings will use all within their power in order to get the good things of life. That's why we see ritualists everywhere. Because they will keep doing what they want to do to maximize power. Another one, given the importance of power in social relationship, human beings will want to have more power and control over others. Then the last one, good things of life are scarce, so individuals will keep struggling for scarce resources, right? And it says that in order to improve the quality of life, they need to surrender their power to a monarch. That he recognizes leadership, that in any society, there must be leadership, and people must understand that and respect that. So I've explained Thomas Hobbes, and I've explained Karl Marx. What am I going to explain again? What do you see? Please, does anybody have, I'm just going to explain that to any other one you guys can go and add. I want to stop sharing my slide. Does anybody have any question?
No, for now.
So I don't know if we'll do this like in the morning, like the African leader room, because everybody is sleeping, everybody numbers are reducing. I'll be out to go and crash too.
Yeah, that's fine.
In the morning I'll do like, because I've answered almost everything in the past questions, apart from the Nnamdi Azikiwe and African leaders stuff.
That's African leaders.
Yeah.
Okay.
But almost everything is done in the past questions.
So that we can at least read the attached slides and brush it through.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There's this question in 2016, 2017 past question that talks about Andrew Frank developed a model for critically assessing development performance. On the basis of this model, do a critical appraisal of the theory recommended in preview. I don't even know what theory that is. I don't know what model that is.
So
the only thing I know
did they mention it in class? Was it mentioned in class? Because I'm not seeing it in the notes.
I don't think so. But I know that this guy talked about dependency theory, and then you can relate dependency theory to 3A. Talking about what you recommend to the Nigerian government people and why. So I don't know if that is the answer to that question.
I didn't see this in our notes. So I understand that the guy, has some, let me even pull out my slides. He's in dependence theory.
Yeah, I know it's the dependence theory. The dependency theory.
I'm surprised I didn't complete the slides. It's so unlike me. And he argues that nations have failed to develop not because of internal barriers to development, but because of dependency on other nations. Critical address. Okay, so yeah, you can use dependency theory to explain this.
Okay.
Yeah, dependency theory will explain this. Tomorrow I'm going to explain like the Chinese policy and maybe any of the African leaders. Somebody should call Razako to come and end the class.
I think most of them are fast asleep.
So this thing will be running. Okay, so how do I end this? So my class was running. I'm not teaching you guys again. I said, how do I end this meeting?
You end with the last topic that you treated, and you said tomorrow morning we'll continue with and sum it up with the leadership
Yeah,
of
but I
African
need,
leaders.
yeah, I need to exit here so that everybody can go.
Okay. Okay. Is it only Razak that has it, right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get him now. His number is not going through.
I think he's fast asleep. He's not picking up his phone.
Maybe you just close and end like that.
But is it going to record? Is it going to be able to save the recording? I think that's what he's concerned for.
Maybe you just leave your laptop on. So when he wakes up,
Yeah, I'm going now.
okay. Good night.
Uh, what again are we doing? No, seems like every year is quiet. Zach, if we're not having a class, we cannot log out. We seem to have